back from your adventures?
Hello. Okay. I am not the best setup for this. This is pretty scrappy as it stands, and I'm not able to hear myself. So that's fun. Give me 1 second. I'm gonna make sure that volume is good on everything else's end. Okay, I'm gonna turn this up and we're gonna get weird double volume. Alright, no, that sounds about right. Cool. Alright. So, hello. I am Zalbag. I know I'm a cat right now, but that's how it kind of goes sometimes. I am just starting this out again. I paused that, didn't I? No, that's still good. So, yeah, we're gonna have that a little, still loud, but a little quieter. Okay. Yeah, I am trying this. We're trying this out. We're starting fresh. I tried this three years ago, and some time has passed. Lots of things have happened. Ooh, a lot of things have happened. But it's okay. That's okay. We're here now on this May 3rd of 2021. I guess I can go over some things about, myself. As you can see, I'm a cat. This wasn't the initial plan. This is where we are right now. Let's turn the audio down a little bit. Yeah, so I guess because VTubers do like the introductions and they have little slides set up. I don't have that because this is a temporary form. I am not actually a cat. I believe what we're going with is I'm a dwarf, hence the voice and the gruffness. But, yeah. So, currently transformed as a cat. Wink. Aside from that, it's not really a lot else I can talk about. Like, nothing's happened a lot. Really, they should go over like this whole starting up thing. But no one talks about it. because everybody thinks, oh, we're just gonna rush in and hope for the best. So I had to rush in and hope for the best, because if I didn't, I would just keep putting this off. And no one wants to put this off. There we go. That's the one I wanted. Yeah. So, I guess what I can say is, why is that just quiet? Is that not playing any noise anymore? I like any sort of usefulness would. I've been trying to set this up for the last week, and it's really hard to make sure whether or not things are streaming correctly when you don't stream. Probably could have used the recording function to double check it. So yeah, we all make mistakes. Everybody does. We're gonna turn it down a little bit more. Aside from that, I think. Oh, I can change this. Sorry. I really should have started today before 11 o'clock. But we are here now. So, I don't know why I clapped. I can't really. Like, you can't see it. I can't see it. All you can do is sometimes hear it. Alright, I'm going to take 1 second to double check sound settings and see how everything is going here. One second. Okay. Pop this and we're going to see, are you making noise? The answer is yes, you are absolutely making noise. Good. I do have the closed captioning widget installed on the page. So if you need closed captioning, you can absolutely use it. I do not have any knowledge about how to use it. Frankly, people telling me things would be really helpful sometimes. But, again, here we are. So, the plan for today is, at least for the start, we're gonna go. We're working on this. 5 hours, hopefully nonstop. I'm really hoping we can do this. This is a hard start for this kind of thing. And hopefully, as I shift through this, I have seen that certain things like my settings will be correct. If they are not correct, that's why we have today. Today we're figuring this out. Okay, I guess I can make this comment right now. There's a possibility, although slight, I could possibly swear. I tend not to, and I'm a little more of a muted person as it is anyway. Other than that, ow, that hurt. Ooh, that hurt a lot. Ooh, okay. Ow. I'll leave those alone. Yeah, I tend not to be a loud boy. Oh, I guess I should probably say, again, hello, I am Zalbag. Pronouns are he, him. I That's more of a getting used to thing because, again, we started this 3 years ago before that became a thought. All right, so like I said, we're gonna switch over to Hearthstone because today is Monday, and we have new weekly quests that we get every Monday on Hearthstone, which I need to do. Look, I've played games for many years. All right, that I just know that sometimes it's more fun to have people around. But yeah, let's switch over to, well, all right. I'm gonna sit here and talk for just a bit longer because I want to get this kind of just out there. So, this is a new stream. I am a new streamer. I don't have really the connections that I would like to have. If anybody at all, watching or paying attention or looking back through VODs, would like to, contact me, feel free to. I'll try to read anything that's sent. I guess Twitch messages is probably the better bet. That way things aren't, going out to too many email addresses. Let's see, what else? So I guess the big thing is that I've got a couple, housekeeping things that I do need to mention. This model is a base model from V2 Studios, period. That's just what it is. I'm not trying to say that I made this. I am going to try to have a different model, but that's how it goes. I do have credits for all the assets that other people have made, like this background here, or oh, cool. The credit there is right below the chat. That's helpful. Those will be at the end of the stream. I found that is the best place to put it. Let's see. The music, as you can clearly see, is playing. This is from OC Remix. Overclocked Remix. It is a website where people have created remixes of video game songs and then uploaded those. These should be good. These should all be safe to listen to. That's why I still have this registered as a mature stream, just in case things like a swear happens, or while we're playing a video game, something a little out of the norm happens that I can't have control over. Or, when we're playing a video game and someone swears because it's the year 2021 and there's a lot more swears in video games than there used to be. Like a lot. Wow. But, yeah. So, let's see. What have I done so far? I've talked about this, myself, kind of. I don't really have, like I said, I don't have the stats page. I do have reasonable lore about myself. I should really have watched a lot more introduction videos, but they were very long and not terribly interesting. Like half of it, I'd rather just get to the gameplay, but I also know that I needed to do this anyway. So, all right, yeah, let's go with the lore next. Let's see. I've said currently transformed into a cat because, as you can see, I'm a cat. Let's see. Height. Ooh, height. I am shin high currently. Not some sort of large space cat. No, I just like the sky map background. No, I am like, if you were walking around and I was there, you could easily not see me. Probably hear me though, but you would not see me. Alright, weight. I do not have a weight for this body. Presumably it is the same weight as my other body, which is about 20 stones. Not like British stone, but like we had 20 big rocks that we just put. I was able to shift 20 of them. They're about the same size, so 20 of those rocks, that's how heavy I am. I am still working on, yeah, the whole transformation back thing. That's a work in progress. But in the meantime, here we are. We're just gonna go like that, and then, oh, good, that animation fills up my mouth. All right. Cool. Yeah. As it stands, I will still try to pay attention to chat every so often. I say a lot. I'm not the best with public speaking. Or in this case, private speaking. Because there's one other person here. Alright. Let's shift over to Hearthstone. Fun little game by Blizzard. In case you have not played Hearthstone. Alright, so we're gonna boot that, and then we're gonna press this shift. And, okay. Alright. Yeah, I haven't gotten on today, so those are the daily quests. We're just gonna adjust settings. Music down, master volume up. I have a few decks. Mostly they're just things that I've thrown together to try to complete quests. Which, let's check today's quests again. Druid, Mage, Shaman, Druid, Hunter, Rogue. I should probably play Druid then, if at least for now. So, I'm gonna check the audio levels one more time, because honestly, we need to make sure that they're going correctly. So 1 second. We're gonna add a little more noise. It'll probably loop itself. Okay, turn that up. Do I have multiple? really would like to have multiple sound captures, but okay, that's a little better. Alright, cool. So we're gonna mute that a little. Yeah, perfect. Alright, so now we're at this point. Look, I may be a dwarf in a cat body, but some of us can really appreciate the fine cat chairs that exist. And if anybody does show up and wants to chat, you are absolutely free to chat. There are nice little rules for the chat. You don't have to have people be subscribed or whatnot. Mostly because since I'm just starting out, I can't really have subscribers. But I do have the chat rules. Those are pretty standard. There should be one more that got added today. Ah, yes. It's about emote spamming. So do not spam emotes. Like it says, keep them to 7 or less. Otherwise, bots will, cause problems. Because I believe users in chat include... Oh, no, just me. How do I check that? Nope, just me. Alright, that's fine. Okay, so I think turn that down a little bit, turn that down a little bit. That's probably good. Again, if there is any audio issues, do not hesitate to let me know. It's important. I want to make this at least somewhat reasonable of a stream, especially since it's going to go for 5 hours. I think the best bet right now is I've got these quests. We're gonna play Druid. Let's play a Druid deck. So I understand that maybe some of you have not played Hearthstone in the past, and that's fine. That's entirely reasonable. That's so I usually play standard, not wild or free. Ooh, what? Oh no. No, boy, what's going on? Why? Why do I not have internet now? Are you serious? Are you actually serious? Are you... Okay. So, that was not good. We just lost internet for no reason at all. Alright. Well, we're back, at least. So, we're gonna go right back into Hearthstone. As I was saying before I was so rudely interrupted by the internet service provider, some people haven't played Hearthstone, and that's fine. I play the standard format a lot, as opposed to things like that is not what I wanted. Classic, wild, or casual. Classic is the old sets, what the initial base set that came out. That's what classic is. If you today were to make a Hearthstone account, you would get all the core cards for standard, which they have announced is allowed. And then I do not believe you get class. You know, I'm not a brand sponsor for Blizzard or for Hearthstone, but you at least get these core cards for making a deck for standard and wild. And technically casual, because if you just want to play against your buddy, casual is the way to go. Alright.
You've got some standard decks, but you can always create more in your collection.
Yeah, that's a reasonable thing to do. Thanks, Innkeeper. I will, in fact, create a deck, because it is time to make a deck. I have a few decks that are made already, some of which are not the best in the current place time. But, you know, here we are. I do have 2 quests that require me to make a druid deck. So, let's make a druid deck. There are already formed decks that are, you know, pretty strong sometimes. Give me 1 second. I'm going to double check sound settings and how this looks over here. How loud is this going? Alright, yeah, that's still reasonable. Okay, we are going to turn this. Yeah, that's fine. Okay. So, like I said, druid decks. A lot of times, people have posted stuff online for having the best druid deck or what have you. Okay, I'm going to turn that back down, because I'm hearing myself talk again. Alright. Druid in Hearthstone works off of 2 basic principles. Get mana crystals as quickly as you can to play big spells. And then play big creatures. A lot of which are usually kind of better statted than they should be for what they are. Or play a bunch of... they're referred to as tokens. They're basically cards that produce themselves onto the board. Like, what is it? This thing. Landscaping. Create 2/2 treants. 1 second, let me have something to drink. We've been at this for 40 minutes and I'm a little thirsty. but better than nothing. Okay. So, there's currently, I think, 2 or 3 meta decks. Meta is an acronym for most effective tactic available. And that's what people always say when they're like, oh, this is a meta this, or this is in meta, because that's what it means. People don't always say the right thing, because in meta is just nonsense. It's in most effective tactics, because you're talking about a deck that people like to have. Alright. So I'm a bit of... I like playing games. I like playing card games. Hearthstone is the one that I'm going for right now because it's where we are. I grew up playing Magic and Pokemon and a little Yu-Gi-Oh! I could later on open up some Magic cards and Pokemon cards. That's just a thing that can happen. I'm not saying that... I'm still working the kinks about that, but... So, the most effective tactic available is not really the thing that you need to worry about when it's like, okay, is this fun? Because that's what you want. This is a card game. It's a game. You want to have fun. A lot of people have fun by, playing the big stompy cards and then stomping their opponent's cards. Some people have fun by, playing dumb things that, let's take a look at what big dumb druid card exists. Yeah, the Celestial Alignment deck. So this card, when you play it, sets everybody to 0 mana and makes all your cards cost 1. Meaning, the turn after you play it, you can play 1 card. It's a kind of dumb deck, and it's certainly not the strongest. It's not the best against a lot of other decks, because some players have other ways around it. And this card shows up a lot in Deck of Lunacy Mage, because Deck of Lunacy gives any card that costs 4 a 3-point card boost to 7, and so you end up getting Celestial Alignment. The cards that cost 4 in Mage that are usually in that deck are Fireball and Reviving Springwater. I'm going to talk about the Deck of Lunacy Mage in a little bit. We're going to play that deck later on as well. We've got time today. It's almost noon. Thank you for being here. Sorry for the minor hiccup. But, okay, so... Again, we are doing shenanigans, so let's see what goes into this deck. We've got Nature Studies, not Lunar Eclipse. Yes, Lunar Eclipse. 1 Lunar Eclipse, 2 Solar Eclipse. What else do I want to put into this deck? Half of the deck building concept is, making sure you have the right amount of cards that you're looking for and making sure that they do the right thing. So the deck I'm building right now is a lot of the get mana fast and then play big things. With a reasonable end of... Throw those in. Guardian Animals, which summons 2 beasts that cost 5 or less from my deck. It gives them Rush, which allows them to attack on minions immediately, which can be helpful depending on who we actually run into. Throw 2 Survival of the Fittest. This is one of the strongest cards in Druid. Probably not the strongest card, but, you know, here we are. And then these are a bunch of cards that any class can use. So far, every card that I've put into the deck is something that Druid, and sometimes, so like this Guardian Animals has 2 colors on it. The brown represents Druid, as you can see by this Nourish. And green, and it's also on this Teacher's Pet, represents Hunter. So Hunters can use this card as well as Druids. This is a slight callback to a long time ago, which I cannot pull up as I'm building this deck for Standard. There were tri-class cards, so 3 classes could use certain cards, which a lot of people liked and a lot of people saw were not the best. There were clear victories over which cards were stronger than which ones, and it's sad because of the 3 factions, I believe one of them really got the short end of the stick. Let's see, what else am I throwing in here? So I've got... you know, we'll throw in these 2 Farwatch posts because opponents really hate them and there's nothing else I can really add there. A lot of my spread for mana is a bit wide, which, you know, it's not bad. But let's see what else I can find. There are a lot of keyword and abilities that have come out through the years. Tell you what. After a couple games of this, I will create a core deck. By that I mean the core set, not... You know, I haven't talked about that one. So I'll create a core set deck, and then we'll play that using classic. I will make a classic deck, and we'll be playing classic. And then there will be nothing. I'll be able to talk about the start of the keywords and everything else without a lot of things getting really confusing. But until then, I have to find 4 more cards for this deck. Yeah. Let's just name... Stream Deck. Okay, what other cards do I want to throw in this deck? I have always enjoyed playing King Mukla. Mankrik is a card that's really helpful when you play him. His Battle Cry effect triggers, which is he shuffles a card into your deck that helps you find his wife. Spoiler alert, she's not in a good position. Let's see, what else do I want to put in here? A lot of people are throwing the Venomous Scorpids into decks, but because I have Guardian Animals that only summons beasts, I would rather have the Battle Cry effect than the Poisonous effect. Oh, Big Game Hunter got cheaper. Neat. Not as cheap as he used to be, but, you know, here we are. Let's see, I'm looking for a 5-cost beast. So let's find a nice 5-cost beast. That one's not bad. But Moonfang. So I guess I can talk about a lot of simple things for these cards, like rarity. You know, we're gonna talk about rarity in a second. I have one more card to put into this deck before it's done. So let's find one more card to put into this deck. Primordial Protector. In case I don't have any of those high cards, if I draw him and play him, I'll be able to have a reasonable turn afterwards. Okay. Let's play a game. Shall we? Alright, now I'm going to check these sounds just to make sure this works. Let's play a game. Sounds good.
Malfurion versus Valera.
Watch your back.
I must protect the wild.
So, a lot of rogue decks nowadays are really fast damage and card draw, which is why this battle post that I should be getting, thank you, is really helpful. So, any card with a green outline around it can be played. I just didn't want to use this card for its effect this turn. Perfect.
Too soon.
So as it stands, if I play this next turn, this turn now, my opponent can easily kill it. They will lose their board and a weapon charge. I will still play this now, because this card now costs one more, which a lot of times can mess with your opponent a lot more than they hope. Alright. That's fine. So the reason I put King Mukla in is for Guardian Animals. Because if I draw him, he's just a 3-mana 5/5 that gives my opponents 2 bananas.
I wonder.
But if I get him out of the deck with Guardian Animals, the battle cry doesn't trigger. So my opponent would not get 2 bananas, and I'd still have a 5/5. Okay, let's see. I need to play something before the turn ends.
What to do?
We will play a Twilight Runner, and I lose access to 2 mana next turn. So next turn I'll only have access to 4 mana. But that's fine. What is it? Shift 3? Yeah. Thinking about what that secret could be. Because that secret could be anything. That secret actually could be anything. So secrets trigger when you complete the action
What to do?
that is required for it to trigger. Okay, cool. I was just making sure I wasn't too far behind there on the screen. All right, so yes, so the secrets trigger when you complete an action that it requires. One of which is Shadow Clone, which will trigger when I attack my opponent.
Time waits for no one.
That is apparently not the secret that they had.
Wild.
So I'll take it. I will take damaging my opponent and drawing 2 cards off of my Twilight Runner. So the other secrets that rogues typically have are dirty secrets. So whenever I cast a spell, they draw 2 cards. Oh, neat. They managed to kill my guy with that guy.
Give me that.
Sure. That used roughly 3 cards for its effect. Let's see. And now I'm going to trigger Deadly... I think it's Deadly Secrets. Where they draw 2 cards when I play this spell. It is in fact not that card, so... Okay. What secret could it be? Oh, okay. No, I know what secret it is. Also, there was a minion that I did mean to put into this deck that I forgot to. So I will have to adjust this deck once this game ends. Okay, so the secret it probably is Ambush. So when I play a minion, he'll get
Give me that.
a card with a little token, like we talked about earlier, with Poisonous. And Poisonous reads, if this card deals damage to a minion, so like this guy, he would die no matter how much damage is dealt, and no matter how much health I had. I'll accept that. Okay. Let's discover a card. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So I'd get 5 glove flies off this. 6, 8. I think that's probably the better one. Yeah, dirty tricks. So he just draws 2 cards. Now I don't have like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. What happens? So the other problem is I don't remember exactly how many beasts I put in this deck that come off of guardian animals.
Time waits for no one.
So that's not helpful for me. Glowfly Swarm and Hero Power running into that. I should have just killed the 2-1, but it didn't really matter. I'm not in a losing position, but this isn't a well-thought spot either.
Please, help me find
Oh, yeah, see... Oh, and he hits it immediately. Nice. Alright, so, I guess what we can talk about that is... So, Mankirk, it shuffles in Olgra, Mankirk's wife, and then when you draw it, immediately apparently, you get Mankirk consumed by Rage, who immediately attacks my face. Which is fine. That's neither here nor there.
but I never tell the truth.
Why would you play him now? So the downside of Solar Eclipse is I do not actually get to play 2 Survival of the Fittest. There's a lot of things that could be better planned out than this. But, let's see, I have 13 cards left. If I cast... I'm going to cast Survival of the Fittest, and then kill his guy that just gives him secrets. Because that's an important one to kill if he's playing secrets. And yes, I do know I say he as opposed to she. It is definitely a learned thing, and it does take a while to undo. The upside is I do have 3 6/6s right now, even though my opponent froze 2 of them last turn, so they couldn't attack. So freezing those 2 last turn was definitely the way to go, otherwise my opponent was just dead on board. And now my opponent has gained 15 life. So that's fun. Let's see. If that is ambush, I need to fix it. I need to solve that card right now.
What to do?
So we'll play Teacher's Pet, triggering the ambush,
You fell right into my trap.
and then killing the thing with poisons. We'll also play a Mukla and run our face into his Mancrick. But that's okay. Everything is going according to plan right now.
What makes something real?
Okay. Odds are he will have given the 1/8 not dies when it becomes hit, which is the correct thing to do. A lot of cards for Rogue just become stronger over well, not a lot. There is one card that exists for Rogue that becomes stronger over time. Each class got one of those. Let's see. Deal damage to this minion's... Sorry, deal this minion's attack randomly split among all enemies.
What to do?
What to do?
I give up.
Apparently my opponent gave up. So that's good. That means the game is over and I win. And again, because I'm playing in the ranked ladder, I do get star bonuses because of how far I got up last month. You need roughly 3 stars to complete a rank. I currently get 5 stars for each win as opposed to 1 if I were to just start from fresh. Now I need to change this deck a little bit because there was a card that I had forgotten about that I did want to add. And frankly, Solar Eclipse is not doing anything for me, is it? So we're gonna go 5 and then order beasts. Because Lake Thresher has a effect that people refer to as Cleave, where it hits the enemies around the one that you actually hit. It's also a 5-cost beast, so it will come into play off of Guardian Animals. Do I care? I really like Mukla. Mukla's good. There's a lot of 5 costs in the deck. All of them are beasts, though, so that's... Alright, we'll cut one Lake Thresher, and then we'll put back in one of these overgrowths. Oh, no. Overgrowths are fine. Oh, right, it was the solar eclipse. We'll throw one of those in. Okay. So now, that's changed a little bit, and we're going to play the deck again. I know that there are, you know, I'm working, hold up. Alright, I'm going to adjust where this camera is sitting, so let's see if that changes things.
Malfurion versus Illidan.
It isn't over between us, brother. You have much to answer for.
Nope, that did not really change anything. Okay, yeah, no, we're just gonna sit that with there. Okay, so. What was I saying? Yeah, let's toss the Innervate as well. So I'm going to coin out the Far Watch Post, because if you go second... So I got two of the same cards back, which is possible. I do have multiples in the deck. So, my plan still sits. I was going to use the coin, which you get for going second, because they were trying to figure out some way to balance the whole going first, going second thing, which a lot of games have a problem with. And one of the oldest games, like Go, has a huge point discrepancy if you go first or second. Like, you get a lot of extra points if you go second, because going first is such a strong advantage. So going second, I can do something like that, where I just, oh hey, now I have a 2-3 on board. The 2-3 cannot attack. That is one of the things I have not said about this card itself. It can't attack. It just makes my opponent's cards cost more. So this card never showed up last game, which is, you know, understandable. It costs one less for each spell I cast. So even though I cast a coin, you know, the coin is a spell. So now that card costs one less. It builds up over time and is really helpful.
Time grows short.
So depending on what I draw, okay, we're gonna do nature studies. All right. So the plan here is we are going to
Time waits for no one.
let's do guess the weight. I was initially thinking I was going to do a ramp card. The next card costs less than that card, because most of my cards cost less than that card. Cool. And then I'll end the turn. So unfortunately I drew Moonfang, so I don't get to, you know, summon Moonfang from guardian animals.
The pack will feast on your bones.
Oh! You're a Death Rattle Shaman, or Demon Hunter. Death Rattle Demon Hunter. Neat. Let's see what else Death Rattle you have in your hand. I guess you didn't have one. Oh well. I'll ramp and then end my turn. sometimes I can get a little sassy. That just happens.
Please, help me find...
Oh look, another player's playing Olga. So like I said, a lot of players run this card because you get it for free at the start of the expansion. To which, I mean, you get it for free when you start playing in the expansion. Not like, oh, a week after the expansion has happened, you no longer get it for free. If you start today, you get this card for free. And you saw what happens when you play it. Do I have enough? I don't. So, we're just gonna play this guy. He has rush, so he can attack a minion immediately. And I'll kill the man crick. Is it crick or... It is crick. Yeah, man crick. As opposed to man kirk.
I grow impatient.
So this guy's been out since turn 1. So my opponent has drawn 4 cards since then. This has made 4 of my opponent's cards cost 1 more.
Right to the chase.
It can be a bit of a problem sometimes. Alright, let's discover a spell. That's unfortunate. We will discover Survival of the Fittest, but not play it. So, Nature Studies discovers a spell, and the next spell I cast costs 1 less. All of these cards in my hand, Innervate and Lightning Bloom, are all spells, so they would cost 1 less.
I wonder...
Summon 2 assailants with Taunt. I'm not gonna do that. I'm not gonna give you 2 1/1s.
Time waits for no one.
During your turn to attack with. If you want them to be 1/1s, you gotta force them to be 1/1s. So, if I were to play any of these other spells, the -1 cost to Survival of the Fittest goes away. There are plenty of clips online of people not really remembering that. Oh hey, a Farwatch post. I wonder what I'll draw.
Pick the one. See?
Summon a random... Alright, yeah, that's a nice fun turn. Good job. Alright, so yeah. So this does normally cost 4. The Nature Studies tome makes it cost 1 less, and then this card makes it cost 1 more. So it's back to 4.
I wonder...
Now that said, I think playing the Overgrowth is probably still the better bet.
For the wild.
So I'm going to, oh yeah, and this card cannot make anything cost more than 10, so if I were to draw another Survival of the Fittest...
Alas, poor war.
Actually, if I draw Survival of the Fittest after I've made spells reduced by 1, could the watch post, make it cost 11. My opponent only has 5 damage on board right now. I'm not terribly afraid of losing to him this turn. However, my opponent setting up for some sort of one-turn lethal is entirely possible. So that is a thing that I have to be concerned about against Demon Hunter. There are plenty of ways that they can do a lifesteal kind of kill. What would be nice would be one of my copies of Guardian Animals. Instead, I get more copies of Survival of the Fittest. So now instead of 5 damage on board, my opponent has 7 damage on board, which is a little more of a problem. Well, let's see. Oh, I may have just realized that, yes, I do have my name showing there. You do not get the numbers behind it, so good luck if you want to send a friend request. I'm not blurring them out this time.
Time waits for no one.
Let's see. 50-50. That's not a
For the wild.
We'll run at my opponent's face and play an 8-9 with Taunt. There are plenty of cards that remove Taunt. Like, so many cards that remove Taunt. One of which is a Demon Hunter card that just silences a minion. And then if it's on either end of your hand, like this side or this side, they draw a card. Looks like my opponent is going to go the route of running his face into it until it dies. Which I'm okay with. I'm very okay with this.
Time grows short.
I'm not going down without a fight.
Oh boy. That's a fun card. That's not helpful. So unfortunately, I do lose this match. Only because there's just not a lot I can do here. If my opponent would have killed this thing, that would have been a lot cooler. But they did not. So the best I can do is, let's see. I have access to 14 mana, no card draw, no taunts. 3, 4, 6, 7, and 5, so 12. So if I do that, that just removes those. My opponent still has 10 damage before any cards in hand.
Time waits for no one.
So I'm going to
For the wild.
play a minion, give myself 1 armor with my hero power, which is a thing that I always forget about, and hope for the best. Let's see what next turn brings. If this survives, which, 1, I have to not die this turn, and 2, would be a surprise, then the Lake Thresher can clear out a few more of his minions. Now I hovered over this instead of over the Lake Thresher itself, because doing this makes my opponent not see what I'm looking at. Which is really important when you're like, oh, okay, you're going to discover an outcast card. So like I said, that silence effect, which removes all stat buffs and abilities from a card, is an outcast card. So they could have just discovered that card.
Time grows short.
Or they have a weapon which is a lot stronger than I would anticipate. I'm just dead.
My eyes for vengeance.
Okay, yeah, that's fine. Yeah, I'm not saying I'm the best at this game. I'm saying I play this game and I have fun. Okay. So, I've been live for technically an hour and 20 minutes. I'm gonna figure at 1 o'clock I might take a slight break to find something to chew on. Until then, let's keep going. I still have to play, you know, one more game as Druid. So let's play another game as Druid.
Malfurion versus Tyrande.
Dear Malfurion,
My beloved Tyrande.
Yeah. I tried getting rid of the beasts from my hand. Because every beast that's in my hand is another beast I don't get off of Guardian Spirits. Generally, I wouldn't have done that. Because, frankly, it's not the best use of resources. However, since this card draws me 2 cards when it attacks, and this turn was just a dead turn anyway, I essentially get an almost reasonable free attack. Remember that comment I made about having poisonous? It's not fun for me. But the problem with playing against, like, Priest and Warlock right now is because of that Scorpion, and you can discover a spell. They each have... Okay, sure. Yeah, Draconic Studies. They each have a spell that can... What?
brilliant.
Okay. This is an interesting situation we are now in. So, what was I saying? Right, yes, the priest spell. It's like Raise Dead. They take some damage and then they get 2 monsters of theirs that have died this game. Which, if the first if 2 monsters that died are the Scorpion, they can discover another copy of it. So it's practically infinite poisonous Scorpions. practically. That's fine.
For the wilds.
So the one upside here is because silly interactions, hysteria forces an enemy meaning to attack. Because my Jaguar had stealth. Okay, yes, you're healing yourself. Good. How much health is it? You have just gained 10 health this turn. And you question why we do things. Alright, so that was off of Renew. Renew was off of Wandmaker. Yeah. So this one minion got my opponent 10 health.
What to do?
Technically it got me 5 health, but I was at full health, so it didn't do anything. The next spell I cast this turn casts twice. I don't have any other spells in my hand. Let's play Moonfang.
May their tusks.
For the wilds.
Probably regret doing so, but here we are. I didn't want to... Yep, there's the regret. There's the regret. Alright. I'm going to hold on to the other one for now. I don't want to give my opponent more targets than they need. So the minion I just killed, the one that's, here we go, the Sethic Veil Weaver. It just gives the priest more spells. Unfortunately, I couldn't kill that thing. I need to find... I just need cards that are... I'm not the best player. I've said this before. But today's Monday. We're just doing quests.
What is a loon's will?
I only put in one Lake Thresher, didn't I? That's okay. Like I said about the Raised Dead. Hey, look, they got a Scorpion off of Raised Dead. Would you look at that?
You don't pick the
Oh, and a Wandmaker off of it, too. Well, howdy-do. Oh, I don't want to do that. So unfortunately, because of, you know, things, this is the best set that I have. Just make a bunch of minions. I remember that at the start of the game, my opponent shuffled in 4 pieces of Cthulhu, one of which is deal 3 damage to all minions. They have 10 cards in hand. They might have that one. Holy Nova also exists as a card. That's why a lot of times when you do something like build up tokens, you make them bigger than just 2 health. But I couldn't actually do anything else. Alright, we're gonna go taunt, rush, cleave, kill the minion on the far side, so now I have 2 bodies in the way. Oh hey, cool, you're gonna make that hit anything. And now all of my stuff is dead. Let's see what else happens. Okay. Oh, cool. And you get a card. Let's see what my minion leftover is. It's a 1/1 with Poisonous and Divine Shield. So you hit him, you get another card. You do actually expend a minion to kill that one. My whole board of 3 8+ minions, 8+ power minions, is dead.
For the wild.
And I have nothing to show for it. This is why some people have issues with Priest, because let's see, they cast a total of 1 card that was in their deck. I actually don't know if it was 1 card innately. But yeah. They didn't use a lot of their resources, and they got a lot of benefit from it. Gray's dead. Do we see the Scorpion again?
You don't pick the
Well, there's the Wand Maker, which gives them another 1-cost spell, but do we see the... Nope, Seth it. Okay, so now whenever they cast a spell on a minion, they'll get 2 Priest spells. They just cast a spell on a minion. They'll get 2 Priest spells. At random. So it could be anything. Either way, it's not like the cost went up. Oh, now they'll give cast a buff spell on their minion, and oh, they get 2 Priest spells again. So that time they just healed themselves. Ooh, and another buff spell. Alright, I'll kill the other one because I have to at this point. When you play a card that gives you empty mana crystals while you have full mana, you get an excess mana card, which you just play to draw a card. I'm going to run up my opponent's face and the
My
turn.
hand is full.
So this card is dead. Just is. There's no ifs, ands, or buts. This card is going to die. Hey, look, it died. And then there's 3. Why did you do that?
Your heart sinks.
Yep, a lot of... Oh, you're just playing a bunch of cards because you have to get them out of your hand. Okay. I'm going to play the other Survival of the Fittest because I cannot remember for the life of me what's in my deck. I'm pretty sure there's a King Mukle in there still. I don't know if there's any other beasts.
It seems you need another lesson, mortals. Come forth, my
So, Guardian Animals. There was a King Mukla. And a second. So that's good. We will do Power of the Wild. Just pump up my minions some more. Now, Onyxia just fills the board with whelps. This is a change from previously where she filled the board with whelps. The only difference is this time it happens at the end of turn instead of when she comes into play.
What?
Oh, if it weren't for the fact that I was not... Okay. Lukla's gonna go to town on that guy. And then this guy's gonna go there. Now, unfortunately, I have not killed any of these whelps, so if my opponent plays Raised Dead again, they'll just get cards that aren't whelps. That's the dangerous part of playing these minions that fill the board. Anything that's like, you'll get a random minion that died, you could get these guys.
Strength withers, and cruel survive.
Hi, educated Alec. Enemy minions will attack and hold limits until this has more. Do I have any other beasts in the deck? No, I do not. Okay.
For the wild.
So I have 5 cards remaining, none of which are beasts that cost 5 or less. So the important thing about this guy, the educated Alec,
The cycle of life is reborn anew.
is when it dies, it shuffles a copy of each of those spells that had been cast since it's been in play. Oh, that's not good.
For the wild.
Into my library. So now, instead of 5 cards, I have 8 cards. So I gained 4 spells.
Time may pass, but the dream is eternal.
My opponent just innately playing these giant dragons.
Trouble?
So I'm probably not going to win this, just based off of the board presence, because my opponent has 15 damage on board right now. The upside is I can at least draw 3 cards. That card does nothing for me. Let's see what dragon I get. End the turn. I forget this is a beast too. So this is a fun thing to get as well. And there's a venomous scorpion. I have 3 cards left in my deck.
For the wild.
I am actually dead. Nothing can happen here. My opponent is going to take out my taunt with the poisonous, and then I'm going to be hit for 22 just from the board. Or my opponent can miscount and give me more health than necessary.
I taste.
They are trying to style on me. cards left. I could not tell you what they are. I have 2 cards left. I could not tell you what they... there was no way I wasn't going to play that. I had to play that. That's the only way that I could have survived this turn.
You don't pick the one, silly.
I do have 1 card left in the deck. It is a spell, so I do get a random 6 cost. But now I'm out of cards. I forgot I put him in the deck. Not gonna lie, I actually did forget. So, this card does not... Oh, and you're gonna need... Was that in the deck innately? No, now those are gone. No, that was created by Renew as well. Alright. So the one thing going for me right now is I'm going to refuse to concede until I play all the cards in my hand. Gain 2 mana crystals.
For the wild.
I can be petty too.
Time may pass, but the dream is eternal.
Is there trouble?
For the wild. Job done. I concede.
I should have waited to concede until they shuffled their Cocoon into their deck. Oh, completing games gets you experience, which gets you levels on the track. Completing quests will also get you an experience. So I'm going to click the next button, and you'll see I'll get experience for playing 3 games as a druid. Twice. Oh, I forgot to check my my weekly quests. Win 5 games of ranked, win 5 arenas or battlegrounds, spend 500 mana. Okay, no, that's doable. All right, it is 12:40. I'm actually going to pop away for a little bit. Like I said, I needed to find something to go chew on. So, let's see, it was this. I will be right back. Do not go away. Honestly, it'll be probably like 5 minutes. Alright. Be right back. Okay. That's a little better. Why is the mic going crazy? No, I guess the mic is fine. Alright, cool. So, like I said, what did I say? Well, if anything, I got a little bit of snacks. What was I going to do? Oh, right, we're gonna check quests. So I do have to, get 5 wins in ranked mode and in arena and tavern brawl. So earlier on, this is not the correct amount of points I should have. So earlier on, when I was playing, you saw a little thing pop up down here. That was an achievement that I got for, I believe, just finding Mancrick's wife. Which is weird, but there we go. It shouldn't have gone that low. I should still retain all of the achievement points I had. Unless it resets each month. Which would be weird. Huh. Have Moonfang deal damage, survive damage 10 times. Okay, that's a reasonable achievement. Now, I am level 68 on the rewards track. This restarted when the expansion happened, which was about a month ago, I think. Sorry, I need to rephrase that. I'm level 67. I'm working towards level 68. Now, there's a lot of stuff on here that is nice little rewards. But the thing is, I have to go all the way back to page 1. So, the top part is available if you get the Tavern Pass, which costs money. Like, you can't buy it with in-game currency. You actually have to spend $20 to unlock the top part of the track. Sometimes you'll get little fun things like this guy in a different style card. So anybody that has this card, specifically this card, has bought the Tavern Pass. This is the only way to get it. You cannot craft them. Otherwise, you can craft, regular and gold cards. So like these, golden. They may say uncraftable. You can craft golden cards. Probably just not those ones, though. You can also unlock, other skins for the classes. So that's another priest skin. We only played against one priest, so you didn't see the default skin. The default skin is Anduin Rin. The current, I don't know. I can't remember anymore. In the lore, he is Varian Rin's son. Whether or not he is currently the King of Stormwind, or still trapped in a death dimension, I can't remember. That will be a different day. This is a card back, isn't it? Yeah. I like card backs. I'm not spending $20 just to get a single card back. Oh, and as you go on, you know, you'll see that there's, every so often, there's these little boosts. So you get more experience for doing things. So, it's not terrible. Last month, this only went up to level 50, and then you got a set reward for each level after that. Last month. Last expansion. This expansion, it goes to 100. And when you get to 100, you can choose a hero skin. So these are different skins for the static heroes for each of the classes. So a different Illidan, a different Malfurion than, you know, the one we were playing earlier. But still Malfurion. It's still a druid. I left that door open. I'll have to fix that in a bit. And then Anduin, you know, is the default priest. Yeah. So, like I said, last expansion, they added, that is when they added the rewards track. And I was able to hit the level cap of 50 last expansion, so I was able to choose any of these, you know, 10 hero skins that I wanted. So I got Valera, because there's not really a lot of rogue skins. Aside from, you know, Maiev. Which, that doesn't feel correct as a rogue, but I'm not here to talk about the game's use of lore. And then beyond, you know, level 100 is this bonus level, which is 50 gold for every level. I guess until level 400, which I'm probably never going to reach because I don't spend a lot of time on this game. I do make sure to do the daily quests and weekly quests, because those are the most experience that you get reasonably. Now, there's two things that I can do right here going forward. I believe I said something about playing a game in Classic. Okay. So I'm going to build a Classic deck shortly. First, I was going to talk about the tri-class cards. So, there were 3 factions in this expansion, which was Mean Streets of Gadgetzan. Each of the factions housed 3 classes. We currently have 4 classes available to play, because one class, the Demon Hunter, got added at the start of last year. And then, so everything before that, you know, was factored around 3 classes. So, this Lotus agent is part of the Jade Lotus clan. faction. They can be put into Druid, Rogue, or Shaman decks. Only those. But any Druid, Rogue, or Shaman could have this in the deck. There was a big Jade thing for the expansion. I believe it was one of the strongest decks that you could run, because, like, even just right here, this card makes a Jade Golem, or you get 3 copies of this card, which makes Jade Golems, or gives you 3 copies of this card. This one gives you a mana and a Jade Golem. So, if you want to talk about something like power creep, Jade Blossom is strictly better in every way, shape, and form than Wild Growth is right now, because they decided to nerf Wild Growth. Then each of the tribes have, I don't know what I'm wanting to say, clan, tribe, group, faction. Each of the factions had a leader. So the leader of the Jade Lotus was Aya Blackpaw, which you just get more Jade Golems. So, Jade Golems were really strong. The other thing that was strong was the Cabal. There were a lot of good Cabal decks. Mostly they were based around, like this Kazakus. If your deck doesn't have any multiples, you get a random spell. Sorry, you make a custom spell. It will always be kind of the same type of... You get a potion of a certain cost, and then you can choose between 3 options for 2 different effects of it. I'm pretty sure Mean Streets came out after... No. Okay, Mean Streets came out after League of Explorers, so Kazakus isn't the first card that dictates if your deck has no duplicates, but a lot of cards that came out in Mean Streets of Gadgetzan did, including, I'm going to open up the crafting menu, Raza the Unchained. So, the big thing about Raza is this became basically a combo to make, one, your hero power costs 0. Which, the hero power was like for the Druid, it's, that one was gain 1 armor, gain 1 attack until end of turn. For Priest, however, theirs is heal 2. So restore 2 health, but in a previous expansion, no, in a future expansion, so later, we would encounter Death Knight cards from Knights of the Frozen Throne. So each of the heroes that existed at that time got a replacement hero card in a Death Knight form. Priest is Shadow Reaper Anduin, with the hero power deal 2 damage. After you play a card, refresh his effect. So a lot of Priest decks became spam a bunch of tiny cards, intermittent with dealing 2 damage to your opponent's face. Because of Ross's ability to make all your hero powers cost 0. But that's neither here nor there. I'm not building a deck, and I'm just talking about, older cards. So the plan is to build a classic deck. Let's build a classic deck. Who do we want to play in classic? So I did play in Classic. It wasn't, you know, the most fun. It wasn't the least fun. So what we're gonna do is this actually the this is the 100% standard. This is Face's place. We'll just play this. Yeah, we'll play a game of at least one game of this Hunter deck. So the problem with Classic that I see is not that, oh, people have all of these cards now. It's these came out ages ago. This should just be a solved format. They've reverted all the nerfs back to everything. It's the same thing when Classic World of Warcraft happened. They're like, oh yeah, everybody can go back and play their old favorite classes and quest lines. But it's like, we've had 10 to 15 years to go, what's the most effective way to do this? This should just be a solved format. The only difference is variance in card draw. Which is why I'm just playing the Face Hunter deck. Because I have no qualms against it. I have nothing against this deck at all whatsoever. I'm trying to remember if I think...
Rexar versus Valera.
Alright, I'm playing against Rogue.
Let the hunt.
So that's a fun thing. We're gonna get rid of a Hunter's Mark. That's not good.
The light protects me.
So I'm probably not going to be making a lot of comments during this game, mostly because, oh hey, cool, you got a card that's stronger. It has 9 power. I can't really do much against that. So we'll play Animal Companion. Get Taunt, which is what I wanted. That's good. And then we'll go from here. Let's see. You're rogue, so you could have Sap, or you're just gonna run into it. That's fine. That's fine. So, rather than take 11 damage next turn, which is not good, I'm fine with taking 2. I just don't want to take 11. Ooh, that would have been bad.
Mind if I roll need?
So the hard part about this is a lot of base setup rogue decks will be like, cool, we play out Leroy Jenkins as many times as we can
The light protects me.
and deal face damage. Oh no, you're just me but rogue. Okay, this could be interesting.
Ready to ride.
4, 5, 6, 7, 8 plus 12. I can't do the plus 12. Yeah, so right now I'm still okay. Oh.
Get in there and fight, maggot!
So the upside is I don't die to board. But if he has anything that pumps anything at his board, I do die. Like Leroy Jenkins. Yeah, it's like I said earlier, I don't really play Classic because it's not that fun for me. But what I do like to play is Battlegrounds. There we go. Again, I'm not the best. Oh, there is one thing you may have noticed if you've been seeing, you know, you've been paying attention to how I've been streaming. I don't have any of those add-ons that a lot of streamers have, like the deck tracker or the arena picker or what my percentage of winning thing is over here, because that's not how you play. Using a device to get a mechanical advantage is called cheating. Okay, let's see. So the point of... I have not been good at explaining things. So the point of the Battlegrounds is to just win. You're playing against 8 other players, and you try to build the best board to win them out. Every hero has a hero ability, and some are better than others.
Seven fresh opponents. Are you ready?
Some are demonstrably better than others.
Me with your ring. Kill me with your ring.
Alright, so, Reno Jackson, fun guy, his hero power makes a friendly minion golden. Only once a game, which is fine. This whole lobby is one game. Making a minion golden generally doubles its stats and effects. Because to have a golden minion, you need, realistically, 3 copies of any one minion. So they're playing it along the lines of you have 2 of the same minion on board, and then you buy a 3rd one, you get a twice as strong copy of the same
work
one
out
minion.
there. Keep up the pressure. Better hire a recruit while you can.
I just really like the Rat Reaver. He gets so much stronger when you play demons. And let's see who's on demons. Elementals, Murlocs. Silas is on demons. By which that means he had 1 demon last game. Let's see what he has now. One demon still. And that's fine.
Nice work out there. Keep up the pressure.
Hit me with your anger.
Oh, I'm gonna roll this one more. Okay, all right, that's fine. I'm not gonna regret that at all. Okay, so now, if I play any demon, these 2 will each get +2 health and +2 attack, and this guy will get +4. So each demon gives my board +8 stats. Static. I might not win this fight, and that's okay. It may have been possible to tie, I wasn't 100% sure.
Rough battle. Pick yourself back up and turn it around. That one might make all the difference.
Hit me with your anger.
Okay, so now I have a little bit more. That was able to prove that if you have 2 of the one minion and you buy the 3rd of the same one, you get a minion that's twice as strong. You also get a card that allows you to discover a minion from a level higher than the rank you are. That's fine.
Any defeat that
Now we get
doesn't
into the
destroy you
fun
makes you
territory
strong.
of finding and playing demons that are reasonably okay without hurting myself too much. Yeah. What's a good demon for this level? I don't want the Vulgar Homunculus because it hurts me when I play it. The Imprisoner, however, this guy does not hurt me. These 2 do deal 1 damage to me, and there's nothing I can do about that. That's just part of what they do. That's how they get bigger. Part of the demon build is working your health as a resource.
I think
So
you can
losing
win this
early
thing.
games might be better, it might not be better.
Arm yourselves. Rough battle. Pick yourself back up and turn it around.
Oh, right, yeah, sometimes this music does have a swear. But that's... so be it. Okay, let's find another demon. Any other demon. Looks like I'm not getting a demon.
Honestly, put this maybe in my top 5 of anything I've ever heard. Well, sure, I guess.
So let's just throw
Total power!
some bodies out there.
You're doing great out there.
I still.
Oh, it's okay. We all hit some bumps now and then. That one might make all the difference.
Let's see. One more.
Need a drink?
Yes, sometimes I avoid buying a triple just to get more other stat effects. Because, meh, right?
Keep up the momentum, friend.
Alright. There goes my taunts. The upside is I should win this just from sheer board presence.
Your minions really pulled their weight.
Alright, level up. Let's roll that again. I don't want any of those. Although that's a fun one. But a second. Actually. We'll roll this one more time. Yep, that's why I did that.
Total corruption, total power! Total corruption, total power!
And another demon. Yeah, that was fine. That was a good turn.
I think you can win this thing.
Okay, so that's one down.
Nice work out there. Keep up the pressure.
So the trick here is I'm losing 4 health. So I need to make sure I get more than 4 health back.
Need a drink?
This guy only gives 6 health for attack. So I need to get more than that back. Ooh. Ah, there's the Soul Juggler. Cool. I'll get that
Another
this turn.
satisfied customer.
So this guy just throws out damage whenever a demon dies. And since these are all demons, and they die a lot,
You're doing great out there.
he's just strong.
Arm yourselves.
Okay, that's fine.
Rough battle. Pick yourself back up and turn it around.
Pirates. One more. Alright, so mostly so we can buy that guy. So we're going to give a demon
Another
+2/+2.
satisfied customer.
This one. I take a couple damage, that's fine.
You're down a minion and up a gold.
And then all of our demons +1.
Corruption, total power!
And then we're going to roll 2 more times to see if we encounter anything that's going to be better than adjusting where our board presence is and throwing the Soul Juggler in the back.
You down.
So, I noticed that the Dr. Novice here defeated our previous opponent for a lot of damage, and we barely scraped by.
You're doing great out there.
Hopefully, we won't lose. Okay, we did lose that fight. There's a lot going on there. And frankly, I am a little...
It's
Oh,
okay.
no.
We all hit some bumps now and then.
I was a little afraid of coming out on at least 4th. Hopefully we still can.
That's what I would have picked.
Oh, as much as I... Ooh, okay. Alright. Kind of dumb thing to do here. Because I'm at a... Oh no. Yeah, I'm at a loss of kind of what to do. So this produces slightly more damage output than the 10-8. The problem is, the 10-8 was a better body. So the only thing that I'm afraid of is if he has something that says attacks the minion with the lowest attack first, which exists a lot. So let's see what happens.
I think you can win this thing.
Either I win this fight or I die. I just won that fight. So that's good. That puts me in a better position of not... I am not in below 4th place.
Nice work out there. Keep up the pressure. It's not the strongest, but it'll fight hard.
So the problem here is I can't play another demon because I'm at 2 health. I just played against Silex. Alright, so we're gonna play this. I can't play that demon. I have 2 health.
We'll take you down.
Mal'Ganis is the only one I could have done that with.
Go ahead and
Because
hire
Mal'Ganis makes me immune during my turn, or sorry, while he's alive. Phew. Okay, that's definitely better than it was.
You're good at this. Go ahead and hire one of these recruits. That's what I would have picked.
I don't like this, but... I'll just unload the siege breakers. Or I die this turn. That is 133, 106. Yeah, that's fine. Can't really say I got bad rules about that one. So be it. Alright, and the trick here is I need to end in 4th place or higher for it to count as a win. But that was one time with that, and that's fine. Let's see, what else? I could do the Tavern Brawl. That's still around. What was last week's Tavern Brawl? The Battle of Tol Barad. Play a minion and get a random spell of the same cost, but for free. Sure, yeah, let's do this. Because this also helps complete the other weekly quest we have, which is spend 500 mana. The Battlegrounds does not spend mana.
Versus Rexar.
Let the hunt begin. I must protect the wild.
So this battleground, as we said earlier, when I play a minion, I get a random cost or a random spell of the same cost, but it's free as opposed to whatever it costs. So that said, let's play the Acorn Bearer.
This be our neck of the woods.
So I also got a random tracking, which I'm not going to play this turn. You can always hold on to these cards and play them when they're important.
To you.
Nice. Okay. Let's see what else he plays.
We are friends now. Hello, friend.
Got some sort of... going to cold. So my hand tends to fill up pretty quickly with this, but... So we'll play the 2/3 for a 2-cost spell. That's interesting. And then we'll play the Elemental for a 1-cost spell. And we'll discover a card from our deck. We'll grab that for next turn.
For the wild, time waits for no one.
This way.
Cthulhu is my shield.
I think I have a beast in here. I do not have a beast in this deck. That's fine.
for the wheels.
Yeah, let's do Wrath. After all, it's just 3 damage to a minion.
For the wild, time waits for no one.
So, this card, the Imprisoned Felmaw. Dormant is a keyword that... Oh. Hello, Karakazan. Alright, what's the best bet? Let's see. We'll play the Savannah Highmane. I'm not going to play that because I could possibly get Silverhand recruits somehow.
I obey.
And that's a reasonable thing to remember. Alright, so be it. Ooh, neat. Okay, so that's helpful. Let's see, what else did I want to do? 1 cost. That's okay. Another 1 cost.
Our neck of the woods.
A 3 cost.
It's cold.
6, 7, 8, 9. So this will put me at 10. That'll put me at 10. Alright, let's discover a legendary minion. That one. Draw 2 cards. That's unfortunate, but so be it. We will deal 2 damage to this minion.
For no one.
I make a bomb. And give 2 random minions plus health. And throw body into there. And now I will unload that card so I don't lose anything. Because I don't want to lose a card off the top of my library.
None shall pass.
Oh no, my taunt.
wits to you. It's coming! Listen closely.
Your minions think you are weak.
Here, girl. I smell an ambush.
And that's why I play this deck. Mostly just to get weird effects that my opponent can't do much about.
She will bite.
Neat. However, I do have 11 damage on board that is not stopped. And I do have to spend the mana.
Warriors of the frozen wastes.
But there's also no point in extending your opponent's life because, you know, you're toying with them. Never toy with your opponent. Ever. Nah. Alright. We've been going about 3 hours. Alright. Tell you what. As much as I want to keep... No. Yeah, okay. I said we'd play some weird other things, so give me 1 second. We're going to switch back to standard. And then, lose control. This is the mage deck that has no minions in it, only plays spells, and the purpose of this deck is to transform all of the spells in your deck into ones that cost 3 more, but remain at the same cost in your deck. So a 4-cost card like Fireball will become a 7-cost card like the Celestial Singularity
You
one.
asked for it. Oh, it is on.
So I like to play this deck when it's time to just mess around and cause problems for my opponent. It looks like my opponent is playing the same deck. So this is what is colloquially known as a mirror match.
With a cherry on top.
I will crush your delusions of grandeur.
So part of this deck is a lot about board control because you don't have minions innately.
A whirlwind of flavor.
So anytime there's minions in the in play, there's not a lot you can do about it. So setting up, you know, little dormant traps like this guy is really handy because your opponent has 2 health minions. Did you... Okay, you got that off of the Ruined Orb. That didn't help me much. Actually, that hurt me a little. Because now this guy's not gonna die in when my guy triggers, and he'll draw a spell when this one dies.
What to do? What to do?
Oh well. Unfortunately, due to how this is going, I'm not winning this race.
Time runs out on me.
Like, I'm at 10 right now, and my opponent has essentially a full hand.
What's this?
So, my choices are fairly limited. Alright, if I can get there, I can get there. If not, then we lose. And then we'll just play another game.
Always hungry for more.
Right.
It's feeding time. I wonder. Amazing.
Either I'm dead or I'm not. A lot of this game is either I'm dead or I'm not. Because right now my opponent has 5 damage on board, and they're a mage, so they have plenty of mage spells that can just deal 5 damage to my face. Or they'll play that, which draws them 2 cards for essentially free, which I would have loved to have drawn those. There we go, 6 damage to my face.
Well played.
That's fine. I'm using mana. That's part of what I'm doing this for. Let's see. What do I want to play next? Do we have any more people watching, or did that moment that I lost internet cause issues with my count of viewers. I actually don't know how to keep track of who's viewing. Oh, it helps if I do this. That doesn't help me at all. Alright, okay, let's see. Alright, we'll play my priest deck, which, is not the priest deck that was played against you before. Mostly because I don't have Cthulhu. I try to play my opponent's Cthulhu cards.
Rhonda versus Jaina.
Or my opponent's cards in general.
Give me strength.
So a lot of my priest is manipulation of my deck. My deck's cards aren't the best. Or a lot of times good in general. Some of them are okay. But my opponent's cards, those are what's important. That's what I want. Like this acidic swamp ooze. It's a minion that I didn't have in my deck initially. And since neither of us run weapons, I will be glad to play this next turn.
Come on, share!
So remember what I was saying about the this Raise Dead card and the Scorpions that just constantly revive themselves? I should put the Scorpions in this deck.
Don't keep your thoughts to yourself. Come on, share! Don't keep your thoughts to yourself.
You fight me, you get burned. Turn it up.
Finally, a second chance.
Reverberations in the void.
Turn to fall.
Okay, okay. Mage Secrets. It's not Ice Barrier or Vaporize or Mirror Entity. It's probably the one that whenever I play a spell, he gets, it's either Counterspell, first off. It could be Counterspell.
I can take 'em. Wait, not all of them.
3, 4. You've activated your hero power 4 or 5 or 6 times. It was, in fact, Counterspell, so that's fine. I'd rather burn the Counterspell on that than not on that. And part about checking the
This is not what we stood
what the secret is it helps you not rush into things.
This is not what we stood for.
So my opponent is trying to play Mordred, I believe. It is the 10 mana Mage Legendary
Power for the taking!
that came out recently. If you dealt 10 damage with your hero power, he deals 10 damage to all enemies. So that's not bad. That is a strong effect. Now let's see what I get. So the important thing is that they don't actually have enough mana to cast him yet. Otherwise, I just take 10 damage. Which, you know, will happen next turn. I think. I think they don't have the coin left.
What to do? What to do?
They're probably gonna fire off their hero power.
Finally, a second chance.
Okay. Well, not a lot I can do about that.
I wonder.
So the one thing going for me is that
thoughts for the class. Now!
I can force my opponent to not be able to play him this turn. So that's not the best setup, but it's hilarious, and I'd much rather do this than let my opponent just deal 10 damage. Because, like, this is a thing. This is a real thing that has to be a problem.
I wonder.
Oh, palm reading. Let's see, what spell you discovered? You discovered a mage spell, because you can only discover mage spells. Freeze a minion. Sure. Oh man, you better play the guy that silences a minion. You had better play the guy that silences a minion. Otherwise you die. Oh no. Oh no, no, no. My poor opponent. So, this is why.
Come closer. You can trust me.
I can now swing for 7. That's why I was saying, oh no, my poor opponent. So that was at least the correct moves to play. Ah. 3 hours we've been at this. It's kind of weird. This is why I did the 5-hour stint.
Tyrande versus Tyrande!
Moon give me strength. The goddess is my shield.
Because, I didn't want to, go too long, but 5 hours is a lot of time. I mean, do you have any questions for me? Not much I can say. I just... Because if you don't, then so be it, but one more turn. I know not to use that, because that discover a spell actually draws the spell from your deck, which is counterproductive.
Come closer. You can trust me.
That only costs my opponent 1, because they should be able to kill it off with the 2 minions that they have in play right now that can attack. Like that.
Pain and suffering await you.
I ain't doing too hot in this one. I don't know.
You win.
sometimes you just get the weird feelings like, this isn't going correct. Like, you ever do that? You ever just, like, you're going along throughout your day and you go, a lot of things need to be different now. And it's like, maybe something needs to change. Like, maybe my decision to stream for 5 hours is not the best setup. After all, we are, 3 hours in.
Illidan versus Kel'Thuzad!
Your curiosity will be the end of you. This ends now!
But... okay, playing against... oh, Kel'Thuzad. Probably don't need the Immolation Aura. Everything else is fine. I am a bit of a bad person putting this in the deck.
Warriors of the Frozen Wastes, rise up! Undeniable power!
So, this is already at least a reasonable setup. Sure, that counteracts that, but...
Vengeance is mine!
But the upside is, next turn he'll probably do these two to hit and take out the tower. Which is fine by me. That leaves me up for a good turns 4, 5, 6. Turn 4, Fell Screamer. Turn 5, Priestess of Fury. Turn 6, Skull of Gul'dan.
My blades will sing.
So she deals 6 damage at the end of the turn. That's why I played her.
Always hungry for more. It's feeding time.
What was that? Addiction to Fell? Nice. Alright, we will go with not I-beams. Yes, I-beams. Always I-beams. So here,
I won this!
instead of course, playing Skull of Gul'dan, which is what I wanted to do, I'd rather kill off all of their board. Now, Zomg It's Bacon's board is dead. Sure, I took 10 damage, because there was nothing on the board at all. But, let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7,
I
9.
grow impatient.
Or I just play this.
My blades will sing.
Yeah, let's just do that, and then deal 6 damage to my opponent's face. And then we're back to winning this race.
I will crush your delusions of grandeur.
Let's see. Choices, choices.
Demons? Demons.
This is about the only time, reasonably, that this card is worth it.
Enjoy your final vengeance! Vengeance!
It's mine! Time grows short.
So I do have a Demon Hunter in World of Warcraft, and there are 2 talent trees that they pull from. One is Havoc, and the other is Vengeance! I prefer Havoc. It's more fun.
Your soul is bound to me now.
Alright, so.
Vengeance!
Not counterspell. Cool.
Alas, poor warlock.
I'm fine with that. Oh, guess I'm dead. Okay. Well, 50 to go. What else is there? You know, we never really got to see the full fun of this card. So let's go back and take a look at this card again.
Jaina versus Serranoyo!
Hello, hello, hello.
You asked for it.
That's a good sign.
Job's done.
That is a lot bigger than it should be. Okay. Neat. Awesome. I'm okay with losing those 3 cards.
Ooh, bet there's something great inside.
Oh good, there's the other Oh My Yogg.
May the light grant you
Do you have a third Oh My Yogg? I do have to be careful on this one.
Come in!
I'd rather draw a card and have it not be Oh My Yogg and lose a turn than to have a lot more problems.
We'll fight back these brutes! Job's done.
I'm looking for a few good mercenaries.
That's what I wanted. So my opponent has 10 damage on board, plus whatever's in hand. But if they don't kill the Phoenix outright, it keeps coming back.
You fight me, you get burned. Turn it up.
Well, could have been better.
Join the fight. Glory awaits.
Hello? Hello?
Reporting for duty.
That's a bit of a problem. I don't know if I have an answer to that. Counterspell, Ice Barrier.
Reporting for duty.
So my opponent has 9 damage on board. That's why I want the Ice Barrier.
Oh, you built this for me?
Reporting for duty.
Alright, let's draw some cards. Deal 5 damage to all enemies, or enemy minions, I should say. Ice Bear here. Mirror Entity.
Job's done.
That's a good position to be in, right?
Hello?
We summon, not you. We summon, not you.
On my watch. Reporting for duty.
Draw 3 cards.
Job's done.
Hi, Baron Geddon. Good to see ya. Glad you're a 7/7.
Reporting for duty.
Let's see.
Your cry shall echo for eternity.
Job's done. Reporting for duty.
Almost.
Ah, I spent a bunch of mana. So, how much farther do I have to go? Let's see. Where are my quests at? Okay, so I have to win 2 more ranked play mode and 3 Tavern Brawl, Arena, Battlegrounds, or Duels. Let's check the achievement that I got, which was the Highway to Fel, which is cast Eldari Studies 10 times. Interesting. I did complete level 68. So that was helpful. We're gonna do the Tavern Brawl again. I have to beat this. I have to win Tavern Brawl 3 or 4 more times. I can't remember. I just looked. Let's see. You know, I haven't checked this in a little bit. 1 second.
It isn't over between us, brother. You have much to answer for.
Nope, sounds still good. Okay, we're gonna toss the Cthulhu's Chosen. We're going first. And this is why I've been playing Druid for this Tavern Brawl basically this whole time, because of Gibberling. I don't want him to kill it before I can spawn at least 3 things. Because his hero power can just kill it, so that's... And he gave up! Alright, so I gotta win 2 more, I guess. That was fast.
Malfurion versus Rexar.
Let the hunt begin. I must protect the wild.
I do not need those. Yeah, okay, that's reasonable.
This be our neck of the woods.
The thing it has rush, so I'll hold on to that. 1 more for each beast. Okay. Play a squirrel. Play a squirrel. Play 9. Yeah, let's do this. Let's have some fun, shall we? Alright, let's see.
Cthulhu is my shield.
That's unfortunate. I was hoping to get something like Hellfire.
Are you my master?
Plus 2 health and taunt. There we go. That's why I held on to that card.
Snakes. It has to be snakes.
I might be in a little bit of trouble here. We're okay. Because he is just the worst card. Especially in this Tavern Brawl.
Time waits for no one.
Alright, you have a 9-8. Those are not beasts.
Wasn't me! Hey, loser! Wasn't me! Hey, loser! Wasn't me! Hey, loser!
Time waits for no one.
Wasn't me!
Okay, yeah, I'm fine with that. little does my opponent know, I don't actually run Savage Roar in this deck. I shouldn't be dead. I shouldn't die here. I don't know what this other secret is. I should not be dead here. So one of these is gonna die, just period. That's okay.
Time waits for no one.
I'm gonna do this one.
It wasn't me! It wasn't me!
I'm still not dead. I'm at 4.
Astounding.
Nothing but a bunch of big bears!
Well fought. I can see.
There we go. So that's why the Pen Flinger is just a major problem in this Tavern Brawl, because he makes a free spell to return himself to your hand so you can play him again. That was effectively, like, if I had just him in my hand. Play, return, I can just deal 10 damage to minions. Which...
Malfurion versus Rexar.
which is a bit of a problem.
I must protect the wild.
I do like seeing the Yogg there. I'm gonna hold on to him. I was initially gonna toss the Lightning Bloom, but
Ooh, but there's something
this
great
means I can get
inside.
him down on turn 7, and I can spin the wheel. I'm not gonna do that until I can absolutely return him. Neat. Okay, cool.
Such big teeth I have. Better to eat you with.
Wasn't me! Hey, loser!
Time waits for no one.
Yeah, I'll use one.
Wasn't me! Hey, loser! Wasn't me!
Cthulhu! 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 Such big teeth I better to eat you with.
Wasn't me!
Cthulhu! 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 Nothing but a bunch of big bears!
Okay. Burn a card, that's okay. Let's see what card I burn anyway.
My hand is too full.
Oh no, my Lich King.
No one. For the wild.
Yeah, that was right. That was worth it. Okay, so I can either
For the wild. Time waits for no one.
Wasn't me! I'll do that.
okay. that's fine. Oh, that got returned to its original value. He won't survive that.
It wasn't me! Hey, loser!
Time waits for no one.
It wasn't me!
I am planning on using the whirlwind.
Hey, loser!
I did, however, do that in the wrong order. But that's fine. I'm gonna burn a card.
My hand is too full.
I'm okay with that.
Time moves quickly.
Okay. Ow.
My hand is too full.
Oh, that was the one thing I actually wanted.
Hey, loser! It wasn't me! Hey, loser! It wasn't me! Hey, loser!
Time waits for no one.
Hey, loser!
For the wild.
It wasn't
He's
me!
gone. That's it. That's the last one of those that I can do. And I'm going to burn a card. Okay, yeah, that's fine. Sure.
I moves quickly.
So what card do I burn again? Alright, cool. Alright, and then he gets a copy of that. There goes all those minions.
Time waits for no one.
Come on.
For the wild.
I think I've got this. Wait, 5 tavern brawls. Wait, was I level 70 or... Ah, yes. Still level 69. At least for a little bit. So I need 2 more games. I need to win 2 more games. Let's play Rogue! Like I said, I'm not the best player. Never claimed to be. Not the worst player either. But I do try to have fun.
Valera versus
Uther.
I make my own.
So this is a weapon-based rogue. So I do prefer to have a weapon on me. But looks like I don't have one yet. And I'm in a kind of tough decision of whether or not I just want to pass turn 1. Swashbuckler is always a good turn 1 play. But getting the combo for the Wand Thief is almost more important than swashbuckling.
You're not that sharp.
That's a really good card to get. So it puts me at a disadvantage.
So many options.
I have to try. I could get the no, did not get it. That's unfortunate. let's grab another one portal, and then swashbuckler. So the hope was that I get brain freeze, so I could kill this guy with the combo off of brain freeze. Otherwise, he's just a 2/3 that's really hard to tackle. Yawn.
Nothing gets past me.
Elements I like. Totems I love.
Yeah, I'm not winning this one, unfortunately. You had a really good start.
I wonder.
So at least I can not die to that thing. Because the Wind Fury fish is really hard. Really hard.
May the light grant you peace.
Ooh, bet there's something great inside.
Alright, it's not Oh My Yog. Cool beans. Not a good position to be in still. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 8 damage right now.
Nothing gets past me.
I go to 10. Can't really do anything about it. I go to 10.
Give me that! Look what I want!
I messed up. I very much did mess up. I forgot I had to play in anything first.
Give me that! Look what I want!
Yep. Nope, I'm out. I think my day's about done. I'm not playing as hot as I could be, which is not good. This deck kind of doesn't take a brain. I just gotta get 2 more wins. That's kind of what I'm shooting for. 2 more wins.
Kira versus Jaina.
All I ever wanted was to study.
Victory or death!
So good to see you.
Greetings.
Alright, well that's not gonna work then. Not really getting there. I need any card that I can play. The Warrior Cash would have been nice. It doesn't make this corrupt though. But I'd rather have that there for important reasons. End turn. Yeah, we'll just pass the turn. Oh no, what's going on here?
What makes something real?
Ah. Cool. All right, Mage, what you got?
I wonder.
I'm also wondering.
I can take the hit.
Is it Mirror? Alright, not Mirror Entity. It could be Freezer, the Ice Barrier, or Vaporize. But the fact that it's not Mirror Entity really helps me out.
I will crush your delusions of grandeur.
Wretched story. Smash! Ultimate Potion!
That's one.
You're in my school now!
You gonna cry?
Alright, so it was Ice Barrier. Important.
The Barrens are ours!
The only instance that this shield is not a good play is if they have Arcane Missiles or Massive Cthulhu.
I wonder.
Still take the damage because he still attacks.
Time runs out on me.
I can take the hit. Make it double. Ha! Keep up.
You win this.
Alright, one more to go. Oh, right, I hit level 5 or higher. So that's neat. Here, let me go back. It should be in here. This one. Yeah, this one. So every month, there's a different chest for, you know, the rank that you get. That's not what I wanted. I guess I can't really show much about that chest, but there's a chest of rewards at the end of each month that you get depending on what rank you ended. Since I just started playing for this month this morning, yeah, when I started streaming, I'm only rank 4 of bronze. There is this many rank colors. I have made it to Platinum 10 one time. I'm gonna play this deck again. But other than that,
Garrosh versus Uther.
you know, I'm having fun with this. This isn't right now. This isn't a slog, which is kind of what it felt like about an hour ago. I get the feeling that tomorrow I'm not going to be playing Hearthstone. Tomorrow I'm probably going to play.
Well played. May the light grant you peace.
What do I want to play tomorrow?
Grab your cutlass. Let's buckle swash.
What do I want to play tomorrow?
I smell blood.
I cannot wait to read these.
Reporting for duty.
Grab your cutlass. Let's buckle swash.
Kind of want to play a bit of an older game.
Defense is a great defense. In the shadows.
Wretched story. In the splash. Ultimate potion.
So like tomorrow's Tuesday.
Reporting for duty.
You know, let me take this half hour that we have left, and I'll try to figure out what we're going to do tomorrow. Because I'm just not thinking of it.
Are ours.
I can take the hit.
Tomorrow.
I'm going to throw the book at you.
Brace for impact.
Reporting for duty.
You're in my
Brace
school
for impact.
You gonna cry?
I mean, something Final Fantasy does sound
Faith
fun.
is my mirror.
I'm looking for a few good mercenaries. Try to keep yourselves alive.
I think we'll probably just start at the top and then work our way down. I think. Hard to say.
I wonder.
Rush and attack.
Rise up.
So this guy is dead either way.
Ultimate bow down next. Make a smash. Make a smash. Choose.
I'll trust this.
Carry the wounded into the hold.
Reporting for duty.
My blade seeks vengeance.
Consider this a house.
I hear and obey. Blade sword. Make a smash.
Cleaver.
Yeah.
The light dims, but we fight.
Reporting for duty.
The barons are ours.
Take 2 points of durability for that one, and that's fine. That's okay.
May the light grant you peace.
The best defense is a great defense.
Reporting for duty.
Charge forward!
Honor guide me. For the tribes! This one's mine! Oh, my ancestors!
Meh. Alright, so I've got 4 cards left. I have 12 damage in hand.
Carry the wounded into the hold.
And if all my minions survive, 12 damage in hand. Oh, that's not good. But we'll take it. Sure.
Reporting for duty.
Lifesteal is the problem.
I can take the hit.
For the tribes! Ruftar Ogre!
I shouldn't have played her first, because I'm doing that.
That was an error.
I should have realized what I was doing, but...
Reporting for duty.
Back to your rooms. Brace for impact.
That's just enough health that if he heals off of the 2-2, I don't lose.
Reporting for duty.
Solid.
I'm almost out of cards. I can make time work. Taste my blade.
And that's a lot of accomplished there. Alright, let's back out. We're going to examine that... Yep, all quests are complete. Take a look at the achievements that we got done, which was something about gain armor 150 times. And we have hit level 70, so we get a pack. So let's open that pack, shall we? I have opened many of these, and so this specific pack is... I'm going to drop this because it's making noise. This specific pack is anything from the Year of the Phoenix, which was last year's 3 sets. Let's see what we get. I guess now I can talk about rarities. So, each card has a rarity. This card is a common. You can tell by the kind of gray, white jewel in the center. And when you hover over it, nothing really emanates from it. So it's a common card. This card, well, I was hoping that was going to be something that wasn't a common. So these 3 cards, all commons. This one has a blue glow around it, which means it is a rare. This one's also a common. I like to open the commons before I open anything higher. So this rare is a rare. It's a rare. It's just 5 cards. A lot of times opening packs will get you cards that you don't have, or even in the event of those 5 cards, which I definitely have them all. What new cards do I have? So I have a Grand Slam that's new. Alright, okay. Let's go back to talking about rarities, shall we? So, yeah. Let's use Hunter. I've got all of the rarities here. So this Blood Hunter, he's a common. You get those pretty averagely. Teacher's Pet here, the blue symbol means it's a rare. Each pack is supposed to contain at least one rare or higher card. That means you can get 4 commons and any other card rarity. So, rare, epic, which is the purple jewel, which is a higher rarity than rare, or legendary. Legendaries have the little dragon around them and the orange jewel. You can only have 1 legendary in a deck. By that I mean one of any legendary card. So, like, I cannot have Barak Kodobane I cannot have 2 copies if I were to have 2 copies of him. A playset of this card is 1 card. Whereas a playset of this card is 2 cards. And so a lot of times you'll see players or even other streamers try to build, the most expensive deck because you can craft cards. So right now, I'm still under new. 1 second. Okay, cool. That's taken care of. So right now, I have, the ability to craft certain cards. Like, this guy costs 1600 dust. Dust is the material used to craft a card. I can disenchant him for 400 dust. That's about the standard return, 1/4. Aside from, lower rarity cards gives... Each card gives a different amount of dust. A common card will only give 5 dust when you disenchant it. I believe rare is where it gets weird. That's uncraftable. Let's find a rare that I can craft. Let's find a rare that I can craft. There we go. This one you get like 20%, which is weird. Because everything else was like, sure, you get 100 dust for a 400 dust card, or 400 dust for a 1600 dust card. There's only 4 rarities. Why are the first 2 not aligned with the last 2? And then there's also the option of, diamond cards. I cannot I cannot create that. I cannot create that, so those don't matter. There's also golden cards, which you saw that they were kind of animated as opposed to a static image. So let's take a look at this guy. So common gold cards are a lot higher in cost, but also, well, frankly, it's about the same return. It just costs 10 times as much to craft, and you would get 10 times as much as return. But this costs 8 times as much. Crafting golden rares is a fool's move. Crafting any rare is a fool's move. I don't know why it costs so much and why you get so little back. Let's see what else. Where's an epic? Oh wait, yeah, this thing. So, crafting an epic crafting a golden epic is the same cost and return as crafting a legendary. So if you want gold cards, you're gonna have to hope you get them or pay up. Now, all that said, crafting a golden legendary costs 3,200 dust, which is twice as much as crafting a regular legendary. Now, legendary, twice as expensive. An epic is 4 times as expensive. Is that worth it? Is all this stuff really worth crafting? Honestly, no. I tend not to craft cards, especially not golden cards. The upside is when you disenchant a golden card, you do get this value. You know, like if I were to destroy this guy, I would get the 50 dust here. But I also have, you know, a collection that's built up over time. A long time, actually. All right, let's pop back to. I think that's gonna be it for Hearthstone for today. So let's go back to this screen. Yeah. All right. So we are back here now. How was today? And any complaints? And any input you want to give? Because I mean, frankly, I'm gonna be ending in about 15 minutes. Well, roughly. I think I need to figure out certain things as well. Like I said, so I said at the start, this was the first stream. I've been going for about 5 or so hours. We did have a minor technical issue after 40 minutes, which is why the timer count's not quite what it should be. But thank you for being here. Any advice you want to give, you can send it in a message. I'll probably read it. I have time. Tomorrow we'll be probably playing Final Fantasy. Don't know which version. If I can get well, you know, we'll see. We'll see. I might be playing Final Fantasy Tactics. I do prefer that game, and it is pretty easy to sit here for 5 hours and play that game. Let's see, what else is there? Well, again, thank you for showing up and, you know, watching the stream. Other than that, there's not really much I can say. Like I said, I will be back tomorrow. I'm trying to do this. We're trying to go full force on this one. So Monday to Thursday, 11 to 5. 11 to 4, 5 hours. Total of 5 hours. Hopefully tomorrow I'll eat before the stream so I don't stop halfway through to get something to chew on. Let's see. Again, any questions, any suggestions, any advice, remember, just be kind, please. Not just to me, just in general. I don't know who's doing things right now, or if I can even raid people, because I doubt I can. Either way, I guess I have to say that, give that warning about myself. I do sometimes stick on phrases. They tend to show up throughout a day. But thank you for being here. We are going to, we're gonna close down the stream for today. Probably a little earlier than anticipated, but that's okay. I'm gonna go to the going offline screen for a little bit. So again, thank you for being here today. I'll be back tomorrow, 11 o'clock Pacific Daylight Time. We will play through Final Fantasy Tactics for a very long time because I can really get myself engrossed in that game a lot. Probably just the standard game. No, personal rule sets that you force yourself on or randomizations. At least not yet. Might do some randomizations later. So I guess with that, I will go to the going offline screen shortly, but I'll see if I can actually raid someone. So I have no clue how to do that. I haven't done it ever. So, again, thank you for being here. Be good to yourself. Be good to other people. Take care, and I will see you tomorrow. Bye.